You swear I'm not on your mind. You can't pretend you don't miss me. You can't pretend you don't care. And all you wanna do is kiss me. Oh, what a shame I'm not there. Everybody knows you and I are suicide stone. Pretty moments bitches in your eye and bitches broken hearts. You can't pretend you don't miss me. You can't pretend you don't care. And all you wanna do is kiss me. Oh, what a shame I'm not there. Somebody new is gonna come for you like you want me to. Somebody new is gonna come for me. Somebody new is gonna come for you like you want me to, like you never do. Every now and then it hits me that I'm the one who got away. The darkest dream only fits me, and you were made for begging to stay.
65 days of concentration and 24-hour meditation would be foolishly pagan. I'm ancient as amen, see I stay grim, throwing foes in a pit full of pit bulls to be shaken. Or strapped to the crossroads of hell and sin, which trapped the sinners in the cell such a sing sing. I bring grim tidings, tidal your waves are not exciting. Stop biting the dick, start biting your own shit, cause I stick figures that big fat and can't rap real blast. I make them slim fast, looking like stick figures. I'm all that, I back chicks at concerts and shows, get more panties than hoes that boost Victoria's Secret clothes. Pose his tag, expose toes at the corners. Kids with Kofi rising full like the barometer. We're mentally chopped your career. These shit is locked down here like penitentiary blocks and piers. Escape out of your ducks every time you hear my name. You better duck feet or catch a fucking face full of duct tape. Underneath the surface, where does your purpose lie? It seems our will is worthless, like we're pawns beneath the sky. Erased by reason, and passion's just a whim. Feel empty, so I breathe in, keep myself from giving in. On a man-made lake, there's a sheet of thin ice. We're unskilled skaters, couldn't figure eight twice. That's 16, uncut, direct from the coast.
That's
And I saw
time.
the result, death by in the vote.
That's time.
Spoke about the
Come on.
average
Wake up.
mission that was seen by a king in a
Wake up, Ed.
prime
There we go.
vision, like a plane crash from a bomb
I'm
blast.
awake. I'm awake.
Broadcast, fly time with Comcast. They kept the
Alright.
drums quiet, and then the riot performed. While Satan
So, yeah, we are
now
playing some
hanging
more
storm.
Timberborn.
I swing on you
Because
fake.
I still have an addiction.
Personalities, boost your ratings.
Um,
Hypes behind
I was planning on starting on
sight.
just doing art stuff,
Pressure water
but
doesn't
then
break.
I had a huge
Instantly
panic
slips
attack
on
earlier.
time like it's born
So, we're
Sunday.
just gonna
I
take it easy.
fashioned the first tune from the
Just a little bit.
elements the
Just a
earth
little bit.
used and built it to a
Uh,
complex
made
network
some
of
chamomile and
communication.
green
You're up
tea.
against a hopeless
I'm waiting for it
situation.
to actually
I
change
screen
color,
every
which is now
vehicle
starting
from
to do that.
enemy
It's been sitting in there for like
observation. Swarming
almost 20
unpredictably
minutes
to
now.
spread
I don't
terror
know if I just use a
through the
lot of
law
water
significantly
or what.
change the era. Check the wind
I'm not
path
British, so I
heading
don't
west.
know how tea
Success
works.
is freedom, but failure can mean death. Humans
But
aim shovels, dig up degree and rubble, turn
probably double check sound now, as that is now just a tradition with the stream. Just find out how bad it sounds. So, where are we at? Pause you. A tradition with the stream. Just find out how bad it sounds. So, where are we at? Pause you. Okay. Okay, so that's nice to know. If I if I am more than 90 degrees looking away from my mic, that's when it starts sounding really quiet. Love that. How about we just turn it up a little bit then? Turn it up. Play that funky music, white boy. Yeah, that music. Okay. Well, I mean, that's not as good as it could get until I get a degree in audio engineering. So, yeah. We have made a lot of progress on this offline. So, I don't even know what we had last time I streamed this. But recent things that have been developed, flatten this area here and turn it into a farm. This area was already flat, so we just turned this into a farmland. Gonna need to build a levee along here, and then like stops and like goes over here, because, and then put a water pump on it. Like, pretty much gonna need windmills all along the levees, because this is way too damn high. The elevation of this farm is too damn high. Oh, yeah, I need to blow this up. Okay. Yeah, so this is our main potato farm. Partially for food, which we have quite a few, I would say. But it's also our main source of fuel for these. Potato, potato. I might even switch this to potato. So we even have 2,000 in storage of that. Let's go ahead and switch that to potato. Potato! Okay, but also we've leveled out all this area and turned it into a little factory area. Hello, cat. Yes, I'm streaming, and therefore you need attention. I know that's how that works. Oh, poor baby. Never gets any lovin's. Oh, poor thing. Never gets any lovin's. Gotta rub all along the jaw and chin. Oh, no, don't go away. You wanted lovings. You want lovings, so I got the love all over the kitty. Why are you leaving? Hmm? Why are you leaving? I thought you wanted lovings. Just let me give you lovings. Why must you deny me when you demand of me? Hmm? Why? Okay. She was just getting around so that she can just shove her face into my throat. Here's one of the reasons why I kind of wish I had my cam on, because she's now sitting on my desk with her front paws on me. She's like basically putting her head over my shoulder as if a little baby crying. Yes, I know, you're a sweetheart. I do love this kitty. She's a sweet. My 17-year-old grandma. No grandma kitty. I know. I know. You have the worst timing, I swear to God. Anyway, turn this into a little factory area. Partially, well, mainly these things here are the main materials we need for building, well, building bots but these two are used to make scrap metal so that we can turn into metal blocks. This is needed to make those. Cat, you're making it very hard to talk with your head butting into my face. Need to finish this. There we go. Got hair all over my nose now. Yeah. Build our explosive industry over here. As you can see, it's pretty productive. Got another metal production facility over here. Expanded out to wood over here. Slowly expanding out to this being a living area. Put up a big ass dam here so that this all can turn green. Was kind of planning on having it just be using these so that like when the bad water come in, I just make it drop down and it would flood out. Did not work as expected. Everything got flooded, and then it just kept getting flooded, and then nothing good happened. So basically, these are just glorified dams right now. Build a huge tower of houses. Just had to put in a bunch of platforms in order to make it accessible. And then I kept on running low on wood, so leveled all this out, and then blew up basically a sewer way, because there's water underneath these platforms. Then this was drying up way too fast, so I blew up the rest of the ground over here so that the water takes a lot longer to go down. Dammed this over here so that the water can actually gather it over here. Oh, we did finish that. And now our current project is we are renovating this whole area. So we're gonna have this come all the way out to here, go to here, to blow up. First, we're gonna put on a bunch of dirt along here. Basically, we're gonna turn this into a big square, and then make sure I'm not ruining plans that I was originally thinking. Because we are also going to put in a spillway over here. Could have put in a dam over here. I'm dying. Oh, gas. Put a dam over here. So this will fill up so that we'll have a good water supply here. And then probably pull up a little river to fill into here. That's the project for now. Okay. Oh yeah, so we're gonna play a bit of Timberborn, probably jump over to Warframe for a bit. It may probably play some Strafe if I feel like it. Otherwise, we'll just do some drawing. Because I still have that commission I need to finish. And I also have an OC that I started working on. I need to do something about this. This is drying up way too quick. But we're going to have 2 projects going. There. And that there. I can't see. Oh boy, are we lagging. So one thing I'm gonna have to do is build this. Say 1, 2, 3 will be up there. Okay. Then need to make sure I'm lining this up. Because we need to put in these. Okay. Oh, forgot I need to put in the rest of this road here. There we go. That should help. I'm trying to think of what else I can do up here. Because if I want to use this for more trees or farms, I need to figure out a way to get water up here. Which, I mean, I know of ways to do it. Just trying to think of efficient ways. Though I probably don't really have to do that. Yeah. So we've run out of room with that. Unless we do something. Put that on checklist. Find a spot to put the dance hall. Still need to utilize the rest of this space here as well. Yeah, these droughts are just really sucking up water. I know they're like a week long, but it just doesn't feel like they would take away this much water before. So I don't quite understand what's going on with that. But what are we doing over here? Probably need to finish filling in these holes. Holes. Boop boop. Come on. Boop. Boop. And boop. And boop. Okay. Really, right now, we are pretty much good as long as I don't lose track. And when we have a bad water season coming up, I can take care of all the things. Oh man, I just realized I need to have two spillways. I need one going this way, and I need one going the opposite way for the bad water seasons. Hmm. Here. Okay. Alright. So I knew that was not going to go all the way down, because I did it on other ones that were just one block shorter, and they reached about that level, and I was like, well, son of a bitch. So I think probably the easiest way to go about it would be building this. That there. This would be the cheapest way to go about it. Stop it. I did not want to do that. Yeah, you know, being between me and my keyboard makes it kind of difficult to use my keyboard. Of course you don't care. Actually, I want to build these just yet. Because we might actually not do exactly that. Ta-da! Okay, this is all cleared out. So then we can do. Just to level that out, or even that out rather.
I passed under an arch out of that region with slabs and columns and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road and sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows where only occasional ruins spoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river where crumbling, mossy masonry
We are being a bit slow on our
long
scrap
vanished.
metal production.
Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what
We got
seemed to
two of
be
these
my
in.
goal, a venerable
Yep,
ivied
both those are
castle
going
with thickly wooded
full
farms,
blast.
maddeningly familiar, yet full of
So,
delightful strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in,
but I guess
that
it's
not a few
okay
lofty
because
towers were
we
demolished,
got a lot
whose
of
ruins existed to confuse the beholder.
metal blocks, and
The
that's
vast
all
illusion
scrap
of
metal's used
interest
for.
and delight
So,
were the open
that might
windows,
not be a
gorgeously
bad
ablaze
thing,
with light, sending
necessarily.
forth sound of the gayest revelry.
Not sure.
Advancing to one of these, I
I
looked
do
in and saw an
wonder.
oddly dressed company indeed, making merry and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said.
How are we over
Some
here?
of the
Is this,
faces
are
seemed to
these
hold
being built yet?
expressions that brought up incredibly
Okay,
remote
yeah.
recollections. Others were utterly alien. I now
How
stepped through
deep
the
do
low
we want to
window of a
go?
brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The
We
nightmare
have
would
enough
quickly come,
lighting in there. Yes,
for
we
as
do.
I entered, there occurred immediately
Okay.
one of the most terrifying
So,
demonstrations I had ever conceived.
gonna do a thing.
Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and
I'm gonna wait
unprovoked,
until we're done with this
hideous
one project, because
onslaught
it's gonna
of
make both projects
distortion in
take
the faces
way
that
too
brought
long.
forth the most horrible
So,
screams from nearly every throat.
oh,
Flight
too
was
far.
universal, and
good.
Several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. I passed under an arch out of that region of slabs and columns and wandered through the open country.
Okay. Are these the same elevation? No, they are
You
not.
weren't able to see
Same
clearly
with these
inside the
though.
heart.
Okay, so we're gonna put in
You've
these
had me
ears.
in deep hypnosis, and I asked you not to
Then
do that.
this be long enough? Yeah. Nope. That's. Why am I dumb? Fuck. I always forget when you build these, they need to be on. Like they take up a square. I also forget that you can't build these until the thing right here is solid. So if you put it on a platform, you need to build the platform first, and then you can build the bridge. But I am usually made of stupid, so I'm constantly forgetting about that. It's so bad. It's really bad. Oh, shit. But yeah, so... But if we do it like that, it should be fine. Okay, we are lagging really bad, so I think I need to drop the... Isn't there like a potato mode? Just when there was. I guess not. Added some interconnectedness in a few places, just so that it's easier, because I'm doing a one district thing, partially because I think it's funner, and also I just don't like. Before I kind of liked it when you had to make other districts, because it did make you try to think of how to make the districts work and all that stuff. But now that you can just do one district, really the only thing you need to do is make sure that there's some houses near some work buildings, and the work buildings and houses are near your projects, which right now is not the case. So you either do that or you just have a massive building force. Actually, we might as well just go ahead and do that. Put that there. And do this one. That would be grilled taters. Make this water. Actually, we're gonna need two. Nope. Nope. This one. This one fuel. And then Guess we should get rid of this road here. Bloop. And we'll go ahead and just block that up. Where's it at? Here's it at. Here we go, hard. Yeah, those filled up quite quickly. I wonder if I make some storage for wood specifically, if that will speed this up. Though, I mean, we don't have a whole lot of wood that's going through. But I guess like one more spot, especially because there is going to be an area over here, probably this whole area here for wood cutting. Oh, we'll just see how that goes. Oh, hey, we got that upstairs done. These bots go through fuel so stinking fast. I don't understand. Fat ass robots. God, control yourself. I wonder if I built another district center, but before I did that, I built like a ziggurat of houses, and then I built that on top of there, and then I destroyed this one. No, I won't be able to do that. Because the other district can't be connected to any place, and then I can't destroy the one district that is connected to everything. At least I'm pretty sure. That would have to be experimented on. Because I think that would just look cool, having a district center on top of just pyramid, essentially. I didn't even notice this bridge was built. That is how much attention I pay. I am also very poor, so. Hon, 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 hon. Game is really choking. May have to start a new settlement, but on a small map, which sucks. I mean, come on, just because I have like 500 citizens all modeled and moving around and doing stuff. Doesn't mean my computer can't run it. What are you trying to say, man? My back. Come on. All right. Doop. I don't know, man. The way that you keep on doing that, I don't know. I don't know why it does that. Oh, it's not working at all for that. Okay, let's take a look at what you're doing. What is wrong with you? Change sound files there. Where is... Suddenly that command is gone. What the fuck? Okay. Either that or I'm kind of dumb. Yeah, I'm kind of dumb. That's what the problem is. I don't even remember when I think it was like, I don't know. Okay, what the fuck is it? Because now I remember why I did this. I just don't remember when I did this.
He's kind of gay.
There we go. Nobody comes to my stream for intellect, okay? That is clearly not a thing. We don't believe in that crap. I only can sound smart. I don't know how to do smart. Smart. Difficulty there. Boop. I guess. Just go ahead and kill my numbers again, why don't you? I changed your role so you can go ahead and jump into the voice channel.
I wish that music would stop. It's so awful. What music? You can't hear it either?
Why the fuck is there just random levies here? What? Hello. Fuck you. So I was planning on just drawing, but then like about 3 hours ago, I had a massive panic attack for no reason. So we're just gonna chill for a bit and try to get to doing drawers.
Hey, just take it easy. It's all good.
I'm gonna do some drawing. I don't know. You drawing?
Seems kind of gay to me.
Oh, I just love that voice. It's so fucking stupid.
Yes, it is. It is stupid. Okay, did I not?
Gotta build a massive island, mountain island, where all the dew will come from, and then all the gamers will rejoice.
I'll be right back. I forgot a what should we call it? Pencil sharpener.
Okay.
I'll be right back. BRB.
All right. God, what a dumbass. YouTube Studio is confusing the shit out of me. Because it's saying that I've had no views, no viewers, or nothing. Even though for a second it said one viewer. And then now it's also saying average view duration, the length of the stream. So I don't know what's going on. Go home, YouTube, you're drunk. And if you're not gonna share, leave. Come on.
I has acquired the loot.
Huzzah. I was just saying how YouTube Studio is confusing the shit out of me right now.
Why?
Because it's saying I have no concurrent viewers, that I've had no views, even though there was a viewer a little bit ago. But it's also saying average view duration, the length of the stream. So I'm like, is someone there?
They're like, hello?
What's going on? So go home, YouTube, you're drunk, and if you're not gonna share, leave.
Exactly.
Oh.
What kind of garbage is that?
Oops.
Anarchy symbol.
I mean, might as well just put it in the chat so that it says it. And we'll see if it works. Hershey.
Such a talkative cat.
Whenever they get on each other and they're just annoying the shit out of each other, they just go, "Ah, Daddy's touching me!"
He's bullying me.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Oh, something shifted with that.
It rustled my jimmies.
I haven't heard that in so long. Oh, God.
Memes
Oh,
everywhere.
God, my jimmies.
Rustled my jimmies. I had a friend who like constantly would do this to me for so many years. He's like, okay, kind of get it, huh? You don't have to do it like all the fucking time.
Oh. Made me some chamomile and green tea to help calm me down. But apparently the chai was a mistake.
Your shy was a mistake.
Yeah, I didn't think, because chai tea has caffeine in it, but I didn't think it would have much caffeine in it because it doesn't really have that
Okay.
much. And if you soak tea bags in cold water, it actually will have less caffeine in it. At least that's what I was told. Did not get that effect. So,
Interesting.
yeah, so just ended up not feeling much better. I was like, I got some chamomile, and I know green tea can be beneficial. So just mix the two, because that's what I do with my herbal teas.
Terrible teeth. That's cool.
Yeah, Helen has not responded back to my messages about the OC I made for her,
Okay.
which has been quite frustrating for a while. Like, I get she's busy because her job sucks and everything, but it just makes me feel paranoid that I did something wrong because she was able to essentially always talk to me back when she was in college full time, doing homework, having a part time job, doing all the chores that she has always done, and still we were able to talk a whole lot pretty much every single day. And now I can go up to 2 weeks without hearing from her.
Okay.
So, just makes me concerned.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
And it's kind of hard to like bring it up or talk about it without sounding like a manipulative asshole. Why aren't you paying
Why not
attention to me?
exactly like why not responding to my messages? Yeah, I do get it. I do understand. I'm kinda like sort of in the same way. I just learned to like I say it. Uh,
Hey, Spiver.
hey Spider, deal with it is bad. This is not the word I'm looking for. Like oh, deal with it. It's not what I'm looking for. Like I guess used to like just learn over time. Like yeah, you just trust in the person. If.
Yeah, the problem though is that this has been going on for 8 months,
Hmm.
between 6 to 8 months,
Okay.
and I just don't like it. But I also like I also just I understand, and I don't like that either. Like, why can't I just be a dramatic bitch? Come on.
I
I
just
hate
wanna be
being
a
a
dramatic.
responsible adult. This is bullshit. All this empathy and understanding, fuck you.
The fucking responsibilities. Oh. Being an adult.
Now that sounds kind of gay.
You're kind of.
Oh.
Oh man.
That's not the button I want. That's not the button I want. Ah, I'm falling apart.
Me too.
Okay. Well, now we're in another drought, which I totally forgot that a drought was coming, so that's I'm glad that we're pretty much always set whenever a drought occurs. Oof. Don't mind me just throwing up.
A drought.
Here's some moisture.
Oh God, she's dead.
Now open up, I'm a bird.
I'm a bird.
I'm a bird. Saying it like that just makes it sound like you're a vampire bird. I'm a bird.
I'm a bird.
Blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
Egg salad.
Egg.
Egg. E. A sports. Kinda gay. E E E E.
So what I'm trying to say is, don't let me be memes.
Just the fact that you're like, what I'm trying to say after just going e.
Yeah.
I
You
get
got a
it.
problem with that?
I get it. I understand. No, fuck off.
Yeah, okay. I will.
Ooh.
Kinky.
Oh my.
Indeed.
I was at someone's stream earlier today, and someone said that this beer belly was made with love, and I was like, I feel like belly made with love is a category on Rule 34.
Yes.
And he was like, exactly.
How the fuck am I supposed to fit this into the He's like a dude. I was trying to like fucking Banjo Kazooie fucking character.
You advise me to give up every hope? In your position,
Oh man,
I would say yes.
it's fucking timeless.
I mean, if I was gonna make a game and I did not have the budget for voice actors, that is exactly how I would do it.
Yeah.
Like, especially if it was supposed to be a serious game. Oh yeah, I'm remaking Bloodborne, but everybody talks like that. And then somebody just says something with a British accent, but like thick Cockney type. Oi! Oh, that would be like the that would be what the like the regular mobs would be. Oi! 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 Oi!
Oh God.
That won't be annoying at all.
Oh, definitely not.
Best game ever.
Game of the year.
See, all we would have to do to make it to where everybody loves it is just put a fuck ton of microtransactions in it. But just have them be skins and they'd be $135.
I thought it would be just have like just voice packs. You can buy some of their.
No, just skins. No, you make them skins, because that's how Call of Duty works.
Right, but just have it like literally it's like a skin of someone, skin of a.
No, so you sell skins of the random shit that's clutter in the map, and have it just
Yeah.
be slightly different, so that you don't actually notice the change.
Or it's like, oh, we can't. We made an asset, but we found a way to use it. It's just like slap it on a skin. DLC.
Yes.
Prince of Darkness sleeps soundly.
I think I kind of fucked up here. Not in like a bad way, but but in a like you're fucking stupid kind of way.
But you did a whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy.
They made a Derpsy bitch. Derpsy dick. Now everyone's gonna be dicklish.
He's doing it. He's doing the thing. He's becoming dickless.
And some of these, and some of these.
I thought you said hands over my knees.
Yeah, and you got a problem with that?
You got a problem with hands over knees?
Hands over knees, hands over knees. To the left,
Like
to the back now, y'all.
like a Street Fighter combo.
Oh, that reminds me. There was a channel that would take songs that were made from other countries, like mostly from India, and they would put subtitles on it. But the subtitles they would put would be what it sounds like in English.
I know what you mean.
And there was one where the lady was. It sounded like the lady was always saying, "May he poop on my knee."
I know only one way to judge a man, and that's by the side.
This is like really old, but it's really funny.
Yeah, I remember.
I think about it from time to
early
time.
2000s.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, so
That was
good.
like the shit back then. It's like this like weird like subtitle.
Back
I
when
remember like the Russian like anthem as well.
I don't think I ever saw that one.
We had like a Swedish version of it. And it's like it was pretty fucked up. They were pretty funny. Let's see here. Just try to figure out how the fuck am I supposed to get all this. It's just practice. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure why I'm just overthinking. It's just practice. Perfect.
Well, it has to be perfect. Otherwise, you suck. Clearly, that's how that works.
Oh, Gordon.
Don't do that.
I know.
Maybe I like dying. You're not my real ladder.
You're not my real ladder.
Ugh. That was bubbly.
Yeah.
Delicious.
A hint with pineapple, I feel like. It's a hint with pineapple.
No. Wouldn't be too bad with it had that though.
He's completely out of control.
And a splash of stomach acid.
Yeah, a little bit.
I like to have fun.
Strange sensation.
Do we though?
Do we though? Do we though? Is it though?
I don't think so, Tim.
With indifferent geometry and a long, sharp shadow cast by the low morning sun. It is an ominous construction, channeling ancient powers and long-dead gods. Perhaps it is even connected to our primordial extraterrestrial ancestry. And now, just a few days before Christmas, this looming dark stone shows up mysteriously in the night, casting scornful shadows across both our dreams and our primitive understanding of the world.
I like how it's closing hours right now, and yet I only got one building here that's out of power, and the rest, even though, are through the same power source. Like, no, we're fine. Looking over here. Oh, we are.
Oh, I need this. God damn it!
Some bitch! When I was designing that OC, I had to keep reminding myself that the anatomy, I need to not care about the anatomy. It needs to be good enough.
Alright.
I have a hard time with that. It always has to be perfect.
Needs to be perfect.
Oh, wrong button. There we go. Rub it and rub it. Ooh, I think we're gonna have to start a new settlement and just be on a smaller map because this game is chugging really hard.
Yeah, I know it was like lagging. Wasn't sure if it was the stream or something else.
It's just because the map is so, it's like one of the biggest ones, and I've got so much shit going on right now.
Okay.
It's like, there, yeah, we're just gonna start a new one. Put on a smaller map. But I've basically conquered that map on normal.
That's good.
New game. Fucktails. Woo! Man, I thought there was more maps. What are we doing here? Hmm. 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 Still clues. Still clues. Okay, which map looks more interesting to do? Meander or Canyon?
Hold up, let me take
Looking at Meander right now.
Meander. Okay. Yes.
So it does like a torus shape. I think that's torus. I think that's what this used to be called, was torus. And then Canyon has all these mountains, cliffs and stuff, and a little river going through the middle. I kind of really like that one. One, I've never done this map before, because this is a new one for this update. They're the same size, which is like.
I would take Canyon. It looks more interesting to me.
Okay. Yeah, it's half the size of terraces, which is what we were playing on. So we should be able to do pretty good on it.
That's pretty big. Yeesh. Canyon it is.
Okay. Normal. Store. I always forget how good chamomile is. I love chamomile.
That's pretty good.
You know what makes chamomile really good? If you do... You can either just add lemon, or if you add a herbal tea that has lemon in it. Or some kind of citrus. It's so good with that.
That's a good combo.
Good combos.
Yes.
Alright. So we're gonna call this settlement butt crack. Because it's in a giant butt crack. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here. Wow, this is so much smaller than what I usually work in. Okay. So we've got 3 forests to clear out. And a small thing of berries there.
You must feel rather lonely here.
Okay, got bad water coming from 2 things up at the very top there. These ruins are probably the easiest to get to. Just need to go through these woods and then stairs, 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 and then all the way up there. Hello, cat. Angela wants attention because she never gets any attention because she is so neglected. This poor bitch.
Oh.
It's so sad. It's so sad. It's terrible.
Bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Can't believe that you're not paying attention to me.
Number 5. You're not paying attention to me. I fucking hate the sound of that guy's voice. The cadence and the way he talks.
His like nasally voice and stuff.
It's not that it's nasally, it's just like, number 5. Like, why are you talking in the shape of a W?
Shape of a W.
In my pajamas, obviously.
Because that is what he's doing.
Let me think about that. That's pretty accurate though.
Yeah, and I hate it. It's really annoying.
They're like, oh my god, stop being such a hater.
Like an extreme version of like a Valley Girl voice. Oh my god. But like, so it's like trying to sound serious with a Valley Girl voice. Oh my god, number 10.
Number 10.
It's so hot. Ah. Water. Water, y'all. Water. Ah, cat. Why are cats are just like, you know what? I see wires. I need to wrap myself in it and then jump off your lap. So then I take your head with me and you slam your face on the desk. Because that sounds like fun.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Cat math.
Myth.
Cat meth. Cat meth. It's crystal clear. Gather. Affirm.
The fuck am I doing? I'm just like trying to understand.
Mm.
Ooh. Alright, oh yeah, that's the wall. I see.
The one you just copied?
Like, I don't...
And no, not
I
copy,
don't...
just move.
No, I'm not in our religion. I'm just drawing. But I'm like, I don't get this. The fuck did I just do?
Oh my god.
I'm probably gonna fix. I don't like
What the fuck did I just do? Let me count the ways.
that.
Number 10.
Oh god. Why do I want a... Okay. I mean, okay. Alright, let's change this. It actually makes more sense. Remove this entire fucking thing.
Okay. Alright, got water. These for water. Need crops. Need craps. Just gonna do carrots all around. Go ahead and connect like that. Okay, so that should be enough carrots. Now need the squash. Current. Current. We need science! Next lesson! I wish that guy would make those TikToks again. They just suddenly appear and go, science! And just talk about like random science facts, but then as time went on, it was just not actual facts. He would just say something relatively factual about it, but then it'll be a joke. That was always funny.
Right.
Not where I want that. There. Up. Let's see, how many we got? 12 altogether. We'll do that so that we have 18. Okay. Gonna go ahead and put these up, but not gonna build them right away, because they require lots of wood. Although we are gonna need that though. God damn it. Okay. We're gonna have it be low priority though, because we don't need the planks until we can build Forester. We can't build a Forester until Gizmonics is made. So, that was a reference that practically no one will get. Because that's how I roll. With a barrel.
There is only one thing worse than a rapist. Boom. A child. No.
Hey, Duck.
Hello, Doug.
I think I know which sound command is Duck's favorite. Oh shit, I forgot to put these to water. These don't work underwater! Priority. Water! And more water! I was doing pretty good. Most of the day, did some drawing this morning. And then, had a huge panic attack about 4 hours ago now. So, that's why we're not just going straight and doing drawing today.
I mean, I'm drawing.
Do what?
I mean, I'm drawing.
Yeah, but nobody.
Oh, that's true.
Nobody asked.
We're like, who? I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Oh my god, who the hell cares? Where's the bubbles? There's the bubbles.
The Baba Boys.
Bean. Bean.
Beans.
Why is this not getting built? Why are you fuckers not building this? I put the wrong priority thing on. Fuck!
Shit.
Now they're all gonna die! Because they're fucking stupid!
And then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god.
Oh my god! Build the thing. Build the thing. But yeah, so the plan tonight is to play Timberborn, and then later on probably play a little bit of Warframe, and then after that do some drawing.
You're gonna play Warframe blindfolded?
No, because I am not a liar or a whore.
Thank you for knowing the reference. Oh man.
Didn't we talk about that in your stream?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah, I showed a video and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty funny. And you're like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, especially since the maps are mostly procedurally generated. You can't blind run
Yeah.
those.
Yeah, you can't because like, well, it's just random. It's like, how the fuck is it supposed to know?
Alien Day sale? Just got a message from a friend of mine. Holy shit.
Hmm?
On Steam right now, they're having a sale, like usual. But you can get
How rare.
the Alien bundle, which okay, so comes with 3 games: the Alien Isolation Collection, the Aliens vs. Predator Collection, and the Aliens Colonial Marines Collection. So they're stealing $5.99 from you with the Aliens Colonial Marines, but the other games, yeah, all that together is 82% off. So it's $18.69 instead of $103.97.
It's a bundle right now.
Yep.
How do you find that? Like,
If you just go to Steam, I'm sure the thing the
because it doesn't show me.
doesn't.
No. Maybe I'm just stupid.
I'm sure if you just typed in Alien Bundle in the search, something will happen.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay.
See, I thought there was going to be other Aliens games, not just 3 collections.
Yeah, that's kind of...
And one of them's kind of worthless.
Pretty much, yeah. The Alien vs. Predator is pretty good, though.
Never played that one. I actually never played any of those games.
The collection, is it only... Oh, it's only the latest Alien vs. Predator. Okay, well, that one is still very good, in my opinion. Still a very good, just like an Alien, you know. I mean, if you want to play like a Marine, so to say, it's still like a pretty good experience. Pretty cool. The AI is still, you know, competent enough, I would say. And of course, shooting aliens is always fun.
I mean, I already got a game where I can do that.
Play the Marines?
No. Fireteam Elite.
Fireteam Elite? Oh, well. I mean, you can put it as a first person, and you can play by yourself. It's scary.
You can play by yourself in Fireteam Elite.
Yeah, but, like... This story. I don't know. I don't give a justification. I mean, technically, the 3 stories in one package, technically.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You mean instead of telling one good story, they told 3 shitty ones? Awesome!
They're kind of interesting is that the latest Alien vs. Predator, like the story-wise, it's like interconnected, if that makes sense. So if you play one of the storylines and you go through with it, then you play the other one, then you will understand some of the things that happen in between. Because it's like, oh, this is like where when I was an alien, this is where I went, and I did this and I did that. 3 times the story, half the effort. I mean, yeah, technically in a sense. They just like rehashed everything. It's like, yeah.
Never half-ass 2 things. Whole-ass 1 thing.
You know, mechanically, like playing Alien, mechanically it's really fun though. It's so cool. And also like the very visceral, you know, killing animation is sublime. But it's kind of, I would hope at least there would be more games than just those three. Especially Aliens Colonial Marines, like why did they throw that game in? Like, bro. Man. That's garbage.
See, I could spend $18 and get 2 games I'll play and 1 game I never will play. Or I could spend a little bit under 15 and actually play some games that I would probably actually play.
Yeah. Or just, you know, go to Taco Bell.
And then get all the food that exists.
Exactly.
I love Taco Bell.
I mean, that's pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal to me. I don't know about you.
That's a pretty good deal. Would you take that deal? Hell yeah, I would take that deal. Damn fine that deal.
Here, gosh, dirt, dippity darn. Yeah, Colonial Marines is garbage. I never played it, but I mean, you can just look it up. And the fact that, oh, what was his name again? You said it last time. From the dude from Gearbox.
Randy Pitchford.
Randy Pitchford. Hey, he was defending Colonial Marines so hard as well.
Yeah. Well, he was saying like, oh, it's probably a 7.5 out of 10 game.
7.5. Oh yeah. And did he complain like, oh, it's Sega's fault and shit like that? Like complain on the publisher for like the game taking so long or something like that? And it's like, no.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a kernel of truth with that, but I don't think there's much truth to that.
I think it's like more of a maybe like a very small, maybe they did a little bit, but I feel like he just blew it out of proportion to make them feel like the victim. Like, but look at us, like we're the victim. 7.5 if you're blind.
Yeah, I think I'll get the AVP collection because it's $5.
Yeah, I would recommend it at least.
Okay, well if you recommend it.
Yeah, I like the Elvis Predator.
Because my friend Salty Fish Boy really wants to play that too.
Really?
Yeah, well he really wants me to play it with him. Because he's played it before.
Well, you can't play co-op in it. There's multiplayer, but it's no co-op.
Hmm.
Not that I know of, is it?
I don't know.
Because the multiplayer was extremely fun. So much fun. Quite unbalanced, but highly fun. No, it's single player, yeah. So I don't know about the whole...
You're gay!
Haha.
You weren't able to see clearly inside your heart.
You've had me in deep hypnosis, and I asked you not to do that.
Yeah, well, at least Aliens Predator, I do recommend it. It's good. It's good. And it has very high positive reviews as well. Apparently.
Why is Steam not letting me go to my cart? Why are you gay?
Why are you running away?
Why are you running?
Why are you gay? Okay. So we can do like there.
Take me to my cart. Take me to your leader, which is my cart. What are you doing? Okay.
So why are we gay?
I don't know.
A very beautiful girl.
He was able to hypnotize you.
I feel you.
It was an accident, okay?
From a horrible dream.
I fell.
Okay, cool. It's saying that it's in my cart, and it's also saying it's in my library.
Okay. Maybe you have like the base game, but not like the.
I bought the collection.
Okay.
Aliens versus Predator.
Falling.
As if you'd awakened from a horrible dream.
You must feel rather lonely here.
A very beautiful girl.
Okay, cool. Why is this dumb?
As if you'd awakened from a horrible dream.
I don't know.
Okay, drought's going. So it's not paying attention.
Shit.
Hopefully we're not entirely fucked by that. We do have lots of water in storage, so we might be fine. Okay, where do we want to put the furthest?
It was just a moment of weakness. As if you'd awakened from a horrible
So that doesn't sound like my problem.
72 hours seem like a bad dream.
Maybe everyone else should have hoarded water too.
In my pajamas, obviously. Period.
You. And then have a bunch of bleach. Oh, fuck.
Oh my.
Oh, that one was a little uncomfortable. It's not my fault the drought happened because I was hoarding water. Did you ever consider that you were just being lazy?
You whore.
Durr. lazy always. I never miss a day of being lazy. We got loads of food and water. We should be good. We only got one more day of the drought anyway. Look, that needs to be wood. Where else am I going to store my penis? Up your butt? Sure. Oh my.
I say what in the butt. Just doing the butt, okay.
What in the butt? I said what in the butt.
Classic.
Shoes. Shoes. Oh my god, shoes. Let's get some shoes. These shoes are $600. These shoes are $600. These shoes are $600 fucking dollars. Let's get them. That's a classic.
I agree. Oh, I should probably... I'm hacking the mainframe.
I've been hacking into government and corporate systems all over the country.
All over the country.
Well, you came to the wrong stream, because I'm the one that remembers the terrible things, because I love them. Because I'm a terrible person.
Indeed.
Oh shit, I got a view on YouTube, and my average view duration went from...
Oh shit.
It went from the length of the stream to 12 seconds. Great.
I mean, that's something.
I know we are the epitome of entertainment, but I mean, these people need to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, I'm about to say that, yes. they get a little bit too excited. We need to, like, you know, we need to fucking...
I mean, I'm fine with fans, but shut the fuck up.
God, you guys are so fucking obnoxious. Shit.
Oh, my god. I can't get a word in edgewise.
Edgewise?
That's when emos talk. And all they say is My Chemical Romance.
Oh, so edgy. So funny.
Yeah. I'm hilarious, I know. Okay, we're actually going to switch to Warframe just a little bit. Butt crack. I forgot that's what we're calling this settlement, butt crack. Because
I think it's a pretty good name.
I'm an adult. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Nurk away. We'll only just think less of you, but that's fine.
Don't worry too much about it. You get used to it. Take care, Duck.
Well, give that back, because I wasn't offering. You can't just take those. Oh, there's Aliens versus Predator. Okay.
Cool.
For who could crouch blindly while a legion of croaking, baying entities of unknown source flopped noisomely past, scarcely more than 100 yards
Oh, you bitch! Thief! Thief!
For the worst. Influenced by the shocking writings, their forms vaguely suggested the anthropoid.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Of fish with prodigious bulging eyes that never closed. At the sides of their necks were palpitating gills, and their long paws were webbed. They hopped irregularly, sometimes on 2 legs and sometimes on 4. I was somehow glad that they had no more than 4 limbs. Their croaking, baying voices, clearly used for articulate speech, held all the dark shades of expression which their staring faces lacked.
A monolith with indifferent geometry and a long, sharp shadow cast by the low morning sun. It is an ominous construction, channeling ancient powers and long-dead gods. Perhaps it is even connected to our primordial extraterrestrial ancestry. And now, just a few days before Christmas, this looming dark
I don't think I'll play Warframe all that long. Probably just a few missions.
casting scornful shadows
And then we'll do some drawings.
and our primitive understanding of the world.
Game is ready. Forget what I was making. Oh, just some porno. And I'm out of stuff for it. Fantabulous. I love it. Let's see. Sworn I made this. Guess not. Let's see, what do we want to do? Guess we could do some armatists. Because all I need is blueprints for Dante, and then I can start making them. So, I can either just get shit to do it, or get the blueprint itself. Actually, I should be able to buy in the marketplace.
Y'all scared.
Ooh. Maybe.
That'd be sweet.
Well, now we're gonna have to do that after this mission. I just realized I didn't have, There we go. Forgot to put the game on the screen. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, okay? I have a lot of experience in streaming.
Market potatoes.
Shut the fuck up. Don't judge me.
Okay.
No, please do. It turns me on. Don't bully me, I'll come. Well, my favorite shirts that I'll never own.
Systems up. You'll need the correct docket to open an arterial conduit. Start looking. Also, the conduits share the same technology that makes key cliffs so burdensome. I do regret it.
So these guys are weak to radiation damage, which sucks for them because that is the type of damage that Hildren does. And so I'm able to just absolutely annihilate them. It's very nice. It's downstairs. Where downstairs? There's a downstairs? Oh, here it is.
Commander have captured the dockets you need. Be aware, the Grizzlies have a particular appetite. A docket. Excellent. Look for a conduit with a matching gear. For whatever reason, those little horrors eat dockets as if they were sugared biscuits.
So the guy who's talking throughout the mission has a British accent, and there's a part when he says they eat this one thing as if they were sugared biscuits. I would think that when he says biscuits, he means cookies. But if he means cookies, those are already sugar. So does he mean like actual biscuits? Like American biscuits? Or like just like American biscuits and then like covered in sugar? Because you would think that if he's just talking about what Americans call cookies, he would just say biscuits. Because if you're eating a cookie that does not have sugar in it, you need to stab the person who offered them to you. Have them stop wasting your time.
With a little luck, I was able to reverse the conduit's burning. Can you feel the difference?
Can you feel the difference? Sounds kinda gay. I don't know.
No, you're wrong.
So just remembered I need to switch the game category on Twitch. I'm so good at this.
Such a pro streamer.
Look at this gamer. We're gaming right
We've been
now.
doing it for so many, like, how many years now? How many years now?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. There we go. Huzzah! I didn't even fall into the thing! Bastard. Did they grab the... Okay, I think they grabbed it. That's a wall. We doing pro streamer moves here.
He mentioned the thing. He mentioned the thing.
He said the line.
He said the line. He said pro streamer.
We don't let our memes be memes.
They became reality. By the way, I managed to fit the thing on the paper. How about that?
Oh my god.
I'm a fucking genius.
I'm a fucking G.
Yeah, I was like, there's no fucking way. Like, being fit with some paper. Like,
oh, fuck.
Oh, Jesus. Don't have to be that excited. Calm down.
I'm very easily aroused, okay? Look, I'm very lonely, and I've been lonely for a long time, okay? It doesn't take much.
Give me some slack.
No, give me that dick.
Okay.
Give me some dick. I'm dicklish.
I'm dicklish right now.
Oh god, I'm dicklish right now.
I'm tired. Drawing is exhausting. I don't get how you do it.
Do what?
Drawing.
Oh, see, you have to hate yourself enough to do it.
Oh, okay, so I need to do that first. Right.
And I have a lot of experience in that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from drawing right now. At least I made a walls of the layouts, or that was so saying it. I'm not gonna fucking draw the details.
I want to see it.
Put some love into it.
I want to see it.
You want to see it?
Yes. I need to put it in my jerk-off folder. I mean, critique it.
My critique.
Oh, I'm good at critique. It always sucks when the one person who leaves the match is the host. It's like, god damn it.
Yeah. Romance.
Bruh.
Am I improving?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. It does look like a good start, though.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was thinking, well, this level is just inspired by Mass Effect.
Wrong button. Inspired by Mass Effect, so there's obvious points where you know they're going to be fights, even though it's supposed to look more natural.
Yes, but this one being more of the this is the low tempo level, aka the walking simulator.
Walking simulator.
Just fucking wander around, you know, like do this, do that, kind of thing.
Sounds like a video game.
Oh wow! Could not fucking imagine that.
That's kind of fucked up, man. Did we not learn anything from the incident from a decade ago? No.
It's getting enemies.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Time to sit back. I'm kind of happy. Well, more happy than the other one, but still need to add all the fucking details and shit. The whole thing is like, with those two levels, like, oh, you're supposed to make two levels, but you're not supposed to explain anything, you know, what the game design or the story or anything. You just look at it and be like, ah, yes, I get it. Which I'm like, what?
Clearly this is where the sex scenes are. I mean, if it's Mass Effect inspired.
Yeah, fucking some blue alien chick.
That's the dream.
That's the dream.
I have a dream. And one day we'll be fucking big booty blue bitches. That is why we have a holiday for that man.
Kinda wanna play Mass Effect.
I always feel that too, but then I'm like, but it takes so long in the beginning to get to the fun stuff.
But I like the beginning.
I don't, because I also probably have like 300,000 beginnings of playthroughs.
Who fucking hasn't? I played it so much to the point where like I want to play, like, especially the first game. I replayed so insanely much to the point where like I'm gonna play it without using any Paragon or Renegade points. It's just gonna be like neutral options all the way. Which kind of sucks.
A new set of conduits is opening. Up for another round.
But I do want to play through the Legendary Edition. I never did. I just played a little bit of the first game.
I put so many hours into the second one. That's probably the one I played the most. I've actually only beaten the third one once.
Okay.
Because I hated that ending so much.
Wow.
Because it sucked.
It's true. Yeah. I don't like the ending either. I like 3 like a lot. Like I think 3 is a really good game. But the ending, like the ending is the very only this specific thing I just don't like at all.
Yeah, and the problem is that the ending fucking ruins everything else.
It made it irrelevant. Like whatever you did is like, oh yeah, it's just.
It basically made the whole trilogy irrelevant.
Let's just do as Simon says at the end. I do like. I kinda wish that BioWare did not speak about the ending at all back then, or did anything needed, because it brought up a lot of like very interesting theories. of the ending. Which one? The one my favorite one is still the indoctrination.
Yeah, because that is the one that they were actually building.
Yeah, it also makes like even the ending itself, it kind of makes sense that you are indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Because with the colors, like the whole game, from the first game, the whole thing is that you want to stop the Reapers, right? That's the whole premise of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the option to stop the Reapers is red. And then of course you associate red being renegade, which is bad in a sense.
Yeah.
Red is bad. And then the other option would be like, controlling the Reapers, which is blue. And you're like, oh yeah, but blue is good. It's paradise. It's good. That's I mean, you don't want to control Reapers, but you're here to destroy them, not to control them. And then the other option would be green. This is like, this kind of space magic bullshit. Okay. But I did like the idea that you are indoctrinated. That's why red being destroyed. But it's like you're being indoctrinated as this bad. I like that in theory, and I wish that was the case.
I'm thoroughly convinced that was actually the plan the whole time, because it very much falls in line with BioWare writing.
Yes.
But it's like somebody higher up must have been like, no, we got to keep it simple, and we got to do it like this, because it just feels so out of left field from their writing. Because not the previous 3 games weren't like that. The previous 2 games weren't like that. I mean. And then they had to like adamantly defend it. Because there have been games where people didn't like how the story went. Like the second Dragon Age, people did not like that one. They didn't get all like super defensive about it.
No, they did just like roll with it. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
This is how it is. Then they just made a first game instead. And then they listened to community like, yeah, we heard that you, and then joked about the whole thing, like being, copy paste fucking dungeons, stuff like that. Yeah, but this time we're not doing it. So they leaned into like, they understand that they fucked up, and then after let's just fix this. And there were 3, like with Master 3, it's like, yeah, this is kind of like, they should just be quiet about it. They should have talked about it. Or it's like, let's just make it let's make an extended edition of the ending, which does not help at all. It fixes nothing other than that it kind of like, you only get like a extension like, oh, what happens afterwards when you really just get destroyed and shit. And what happens to your companion? That's only kind of like, oh, okay, now we know about this, but we don't have to know about it. Like, we didn't need this technically. They should just be quiet about it, and then like, let's just have the fans theorize what actually happened. Because I remember there was like an article like way back then that this whole controversy about the ending was like one of the biggest kind of gaming controversies, so to say, at like around that time frame.
Yeah.
And then that there was suggestion. Oh, no, I don't remember who, like whatever this gaming website was, but like like suggested that it would be interesting if they just don't talk about it. Like BioWare just don't bring it up about the ending and anything like that. Just leave it as it is,
Mm-hmm.
And let the fans theorize.
Yeah, and then like, I mean, the game from the very beginning was already mired because of the day 1 DLC of a very important character.
Like story, also like very story heavy, and it's like yeah, well, why is this content for like DLC? Makes no sense. And the game talking about the trophy and 16 days, 14 days of the game, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a trophy DLC, but you have to pay for it.
Yeah, I think It was something that was bundled with the like limited edition, special edition, or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I think I actually got that.
I got the collector's edition, so I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
So I think I'm thoroughly convinced that it was there was higher ups fucking with it, and that's why they went with where they went.
Yeah, and I think maybe also that maybe intentionally it was from the beginning just two options, being like this like fucking Rocky with the font colors, stuff like that. We're just questioning your morals. You're like, wait, red is bad, but I do want to Storm Reaper, but it's red. Huh. But adding the third option of like fucking space magical merge, fucking AI with biological DNA, create something new. We don't know. I'm like fucking. I don't care about this. Like, why is this here? This makes like no logic at all. Either it makes no sense.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense, and to the point to where it's like, well, I mean, the Reapers won't want to kill everyone if everyone is basically not organic and like a mixture of it. Because that was but that was the idea. Is like, because essentially the Reapers were a thing because technology would always advance so far to where it would be a threat, and so then they would come in and kill or the civilizations, and but they would not kill the like primitive species.
So yeah, they just kill all the high tech areas.
Yeah, but if everything and everyone is also part of technology, there is not a threat that the Reapers would be triggered by, essentially. That was the thinking behind it. Which, it's not great, but I can see where they're coming from.
Yeah, but it's still bad. And it's also the whole premise still is like, well, you want to kill the Reaper, you want to it's like, it felt off.
Yeah.
In a way. Like it didn't need to be there. I feel like they just throw that in just because of like, we need diversity in options.
Either that, or somebody just really liked the idea of Joker and Edie fucking. And they were just like, let's make it to where everybody would be like that.
Yeah, true. I still really like the third game though. The DLCs are pretty good as well.
Our work goes on.
I would assume that Mass Effect 2 is your favorite out of the three?
Yes. However, I don't remember a whole lot about it.
It's a good game, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty badass opening sequence.
Alright, I want to go back to y'all. Hawkeye at? Okay, so I do have to get it from the one guy. Okay. Well, that's what I have to say about that. My cat. So, when Lexi gets zoomies, what does she do?
Runs around a lot and also like basically like hello. It's like out of the hallway and shit like that.
See, Hershey doesn't do the running around thing. He just walks around going, it just sounds so fucking dramatic.
Like, hello? I wouldn't bother going mad, you know. It's too Very good. All satisfactory, I trust.
Let's see. Who do I want to play as? Be a Naris for a bit.
Oh God, she's dead!
I wish that music would stop. So awful. What music?
Okay.
You can't hear it either?
Making sure you got the right build on. Whee!
Are these characters like the Warframe, so to say, or is it like, do they have like a specific kind of?
They are the Warframes specifically.
Okay.
And Warframes are basically just suits.
Lately,
Okay.
at night when it gets quiet,
So you are a character that just has a bunch of suits.
Yeah.
How many is there? Like hundreds?
53 now?
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, so, there's about there's between 50 to 55. I think it's 53. But, 1, 2, okay. So we got 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's 56.
Okay.
And if you don't, there's some of them that you can just grind, and it's a pretty easy grind. There's quite a few of them that it's a pain in the dick to grind for. To where like you're just praying to RNGesus, and you're just grinding for tens of hours, even hundreds of hours for some of them.
Are they all different from each other?
Yeah, they're pretty different.
Or are they like similar?
So like the one that I main is Hildren. Hildren Uh, she does not use energy, which is basically mana, and she does not use that. She actually uses her shields. So her abilities are focused on um, dealing damage and being tanky.
Okay.
And so, like, the build I have with her basically makes it to where, as long as there's enemies around, I have unlimited energy and I have unlimited shields. Um, so the only things that can kill me are toxic damage, because that goes right through shields. And she does not have much health. But she also deals a shit ton of damage. And then there's like Inars, who I just put on, who they just did a rework on him, because before he was pretty trash. Moving my mic around a little bit. So before, all he could do was do like high damage to a single enemy, and he could kind of tank pretty well. But you had to have like a very specific kind of build going.
Okay.
Now he is very much a crowd control tank, and which makes him a lot of fun for me, specifically with how I play. But
is there like a basic warframe you get when you play the game? Like
when you
like for me, like when I never play Warframe ever. Like, and then if I were to download this, do you get like a basic one or?
So when you first play the game, you will be able to select. I think you'll be able to select one of three, but you'll start with one called Excalibur. He is this one. He is the most basic one. So um, so I'll just go through his kit a bit. So his passive is Excalibur, deals 10% increased damage and attacks 10% faster when wielding swords. His abilities are slash dash, so he basically can go from one enemy to the other and just like cut them in half, and does a lot of damage. And then radial blind basically makes it to where blinds enemies. Self-explanatory, and that's in a radius. Radial javelin is one where, like, basically in an area he stabs a bunch of enemies. And then exalted blade, basically he has a super sword and he's able to be Link with the master sword at full health.
Oh, that's cool.
So he's got decent health, decent shields, decent armor, and okay energy, and he has just the basic movement speed. So he's the one that like is good to really get into how the mechanics work, how the movement works, and everything. But then typically, I don't know if they've changed it recently, but you would also have access to Mag, who is a more specialized, specifically damage dealing frame. So she does a lot of area damage, and but like she has pretty low health, but she does have a decent amount of shields. Her armor's is about the same, and her energy is a little bit higher because she's more focused on using energy. But she's just a little bit more squishy than Excalibur. I think the other one that you could go with at the beginning is Rhino, who is like the beginner's tank. Like he's got about the same amount of health as Excalibur, but he has way more armor and way more shields.
Damn.
And his abilities are basically about throwing his weight around and making himself tougher, and also buffing allies.
Okay.
So he's basically he's basically a tanks with slight support and slight CC. Because his 4 is pretty good if you have a certain build going with it. But then there are frames that are like pretty specific in what they do. Like Trinity, where's she at? Trinity, she is like the like base healer type. She's also one of the hardest ones to get through grinding. But her powers, her abilities are, she has a thing where turns an enemy into essentially a healing point with a certain radius. But then she also has one where an enemy will basically grant everybody energy, and it'll either pulse out, or you can kill them to have all the energy just pour out of it at a radius. Then she has a thing to where she can just be a little bit tougher, and it does damage to other enemies that she's linked to. And then her like ultimate healing one is Blessing, so restores health and shields, even makes allies lose any negative status effects on them. And you can also make a build to where it increases everyone's crit as well.
That's cool.
Most
like the worst frame. That's like the worst. Like, oh, this is no one plays this, like the garbage one.
Well, for a while it was Inaris because he was so specific with his usage, and it was just really hard to make his build viable. Loki is kind of having the same problem because back in the day the game was built around actually being a ninja, so sneak in and shit. It's not like that anymore. Now it's about blowing everything up. But they still haven't changed anything with Loki, which I think they should. Because I don't know why they haven't, but they really should. Because right now, all he is just a. He's not even like a high damage compared to other frames, but he's a single. He's a single unit damage dealer. He can do a little bit of CC with his decoy. His survivability can be really good because of his invisibility. Basically, if you just put a lot of duration into your build, he is almost indestructible because of that. But then he has one where he teleports and switches with an enemy. That one's practically useless. And then his ultimate just makes it to where enemies around you lose their range weapons and they come at you with melee weapons, which is fucking useless against an entire faction. The Infested, which is basically the Flood in this game.
It's all melee.
Yeah, they're all melee.
I will remove their melee option with another melee option.
Yeah. So that one is just fucking useless, and it doesn't do that much damage either. And it does impact, which there's 3 basic status damages, or just damage types: puncture, slash, and impact. They don't do a whole lot when it comes to actual damage, except for slash, but you have to put a lot into it to make it actually and have it to trigger, because that causes enemies to bleed, which is really strong because it works the same way as toxin. But impact doesn't really do all that much except staggers and makes it easier to do a finisher, which if you're doing a build that's primarily just to take out a single tough enemy, then yeah, that's a good way to go. And then puncture is what you use if you are going with more of a crit build, because it increases crit chance. But it's just better to go with the other stats effects of typically a combo thing, because there's magnetic, toxin, not magnetic. There's toxin, electricity, fire, and cold. And when you combine those, you'll get either corrosion, viral, magnetic, or blast. And those all have different effects and stuff, but the ones that people just go with, oh, and radiation. But the ones that people just go with mostly is just corrosive. Although viral is also pretty strong. But main people go with corrosive because corrosive literally removes defenses off of enemies, except shields. Magnetic takes out shields, but it does very little damage otherwise. Viral does a shit ton of health damage, so it's basically the best one to do against infested because they don't have armor for the most part. And it's pretty good against the Grenier, who are very armor heavy. But if you trigger viral and you have like slash or something going, it'll do more damage to their health, which slash already does a lot of damage to health when it triggers. Radiation is not that great against most enemies, because all it does is it makes them have confusion, which makes them shoot each other, but it's not 100% of the time they shoot each other.
That's funny though.
Yeah, but the thing is that most of the time, if you have enough radiation going, you kill them before they even do that. So it's not all that useful, even at in-game stuff. I mean, because you gotta have a lot of radiation damage to even do in-game stuff anyway. So by the time it's triggered, they're dead. And blast just makes it to where their accuracy is lowered, but it doesn't do all that much damage. So it's not that great, especially if you're moving around a whole lot. Their accuracy is lowered anyway. But it can help. It's just not great compared to using corrosive or viral. But
Are there any other like really bad ones? Bad frames. Bad frames. You're a bad frame.
Let's see.
I might download this game just so I can play the worst frame.
Well, I wouldn't say Zephyr is a bad one. Zephyr is just hard to understand how she works.
Well, I like the name Zephyr.
Yeah, she's essentially an airborne frame. She has an ability to where she can either shoot forward through the air really fast and do some damage, or you can, I think you hold the button, and then she'll hover, and then she'll just slowly move around, and so you can just basically be a hovering cannon. But then you can also, while you're in the air, you press that button as you're looking at the ground, and she'll dive bomb and basically explode on the ground.
That's cool.
Which is pretty fun if you can get that going. Her air burst can be pretty decent with crowd control, as you can have it to where all the enemies go to one point, and then you can just like do that and then blow them up, or you can have them just go off flying. And then her turbulence is very much a defensive thing that's really strong. Because all incoming projectiles get redirected, so that's pretty good. And there's some augments. There's an augment for that as well. And then her ultimate is pretty decent, especially for crowd control. Makes tornadoes and basically lifts up the enemies and makes them unable to do anything.
Sounds like fun, though.
But yeah, I think I either need to get the right build, or I just need to practice with her more and have it click. But she's not played very often because most people don't get her build or anything like that.
Okay, I'm gonna get her. I just want to be that guy that's like plays the worst frames. Like, why are you here?
Really, if you just put in a good build, all the frames are really good. It's just having the right understanding of how they work and having the right build. Which it's not like the frames are restricted to one build and that's the only one you should go with. You can do all sorts of different kinds of builds. Naturally, there is like one as the best, but you don't need to do that to get to like late to end game stuff.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of who else is one that's not used much. Oberon's not used much, and he's a he's a decent healer. But I don't know. It might. I think he's more for mid, maybe getting into the late game. At least with the build that I have going. Because he got some pretty good stuff. His one's kind of useless though, even though it can't do some damage and stuff. Like you hit an enemy and then a bunch of other things come out and hit other enemies, and it does radiation damage. But it just doesn't work too well with late game stuff. Hollow Ground's pretty good because it inflicts damage to enemies who get in it, and and then Renewal is your main healing thing. So so you basically like heal over time and also I believe heal with each kill or something like that. Maybe not. But it does drain your energy. And then Reckoning can be pretty good, especially if you have... So there's a trick where if you have... if you do Reckoning on enemies that are within Hollow Ground, they have an increased chance... Oh, and they die from it. Or I guess if they just die from Reckoning. I could have sworn it had something to do with Hollow Ground. Maybe that's a augment. But they have a chance of dropping a health orb. So a health pack.
That's cool.
And then with that, you can have a mod on your frame. Like I'll just show my frame of them. Also, so there's like the regular versions and then there's prime versions. So this is the prime version of Inaris. So the prime ones have higher stats and stuff. So basically it just makes them way more effective.
Okay.
But this is my Wisp. She's my favorite support right now.
Okay.
She's a lot of fun. Here's Oberon.
So what is the grind? You know, oh, it's very to get this you have to grind a lot. But what is the grind in itself, so to say? To get a frame or whatever. How it works.
It very much depends on which frame you're trying to get. So if you're trying to get,
I'm really just looking to leave here as fast as possible.
if you're trying to get Ember here, who's a pretty solid frame, all you have to do is do the boss fight on Saturn over and over and over until he drops all of the parts you need. So that can range from doing it from killing him 4 times to killing him 40 times, because it's all RNG. But essentially that's what the grind is for pretty much anything in the game, is that you're doing certain missions over and over and over and over to get parts or to get certain ingredients and stuff like that. Because then once you get the parts, then you have to build them, but you need certain ingredients to build them. And each part takes it either takes 12 hours or it takes 24 hours. I think it takes 12 hours to build each part. And then to build the frame takes 3 days. Real time hours and days.
Okay. That's not so bad. I guess you can pay to like, oh.
Yeah, so then you have platinum, which is a currency you get with real money. There are ways to get platinum without spending money, but you also rely on other people in order to do that. And I don't like doing that. So I just wait until I log in and I get a 75% off platinum, because then I can get like the $50 thing for like $15 or something.
Okay.
But yeah, so some frames you can get by just doing boss fights. And then some frames like Trinity here is a boss fight, but you have to do certain missions on, I think, Neptune to basically do a mini boss fight once per mission. And they're such a pain in the dick to kill, and they don't always drop the item you need in order to go do the other boss fight. So you could put dozens of hours and still not get the parts you need for her.
Okay.
Are
the levels like quite short or like fast to complete?
So the ones that are fast would be, especially with certain builds, would be capture missions, because all you have to do is find a certain enemy, take their health down, capture them, and then get to the exit.
Okay.
So those can run between 45, like as quick as 45 seconds.
Jesus, holy shit.
Yeah, so the loading takes longer than the matches themselves sometimes. Extermination missions are probably the second fastest, because all you just have to do is just go through and kill everything. And if you have a certain build that basically everything dies as you go by, like with Hildren, then you can get done pretty fast, depending on the level and all that. But that one would still probably take about a minute or so. Then there are some like infinite missions. Basically, you just keep going as long as you can. So there's like there's survival, where every 5-minute increments you get a reward. Um, and then there's defense. So every 5 waves, you have the chance to leave the mission. Then there's disruptions, like what I was doing earlier, and that one, once you do all the conduits, then you have the chance to leave, or then you get a reward depending on how many conduits you protected. There's mobile defense, where you have to pick up this item, take it to certain points while Lotus is doing something with the computers, and basically you just have to protect the computer. There's a bunch. This game has a shit ton of content. But it's also been going for over a decade now. So
True. It's big old.
But the problem that I have with the game, and that a lot of like OG players have with the game, is that because there is so much content and that they've put so much grinding necessity to it, that it will encourage more people to just buy the stuff, which is stupidly expensive. So each normal frame costs, like not including the basic ones, like the 3 that you could get, because those are like 75 platinum each. And then there's like 1 or 2 that's only 175. Most of them are like 275 or 350 platinum each. And
how much is that, like, in dollars?
That, let me double check, but I think that's like $10. Let me see here. Okay, so it's $20.
$20
to get enough platinum to buy 1 frame, any frame.
And then I assume also there's like a bunch of like upgrades and stuff like that.
Yeah, so then you could also, and there's also a shit ton of skins.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm downloading the game right now, but it's gonna take hours.
So yeah, you can purchase.
I will try it out at least.
You can purchase ingredients and components and stuff, like the harder to get ones. Which, how many would you get with this?
What are the ingredients for?
They're for various things. I think that's just the one. Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, okay. So the components are used for Warframe parts, weapons, skins, let's see. So weapons, there's a thing called an arc wing. So basically you can fly around in space with it, and there's different arc wings and weapons for that. There's different companions. There's different landing crafts that you can have, and different skins for them. Different appearance things. Different things like ciphers. So when you come up to like a encrypted computer or a locked door, you can just press a button, and then you don't have to do the mini game to unlock the shit. And then you can have these specters, which is basically just an extra NPC that helps you in a fight, and they can be really useful. Stuff like that. Different kinds of keys, like these. Parts for special kinds of weapons. And like just all sorts of random crap. So
are all these like acquirable through the game itself by playing it, or do you have to?
So everything you can get through the game itself. You don't actually have to spend any money at all. The grind is just fucking ridiculous for a lot of it. I have found that it's actually easier to get the Prime versions of a lot of frames rather than getting the regular versions of them. Because in order to get the Prime ones, all you have to do is unlock these Void Relics. So you can get these through all sorts of missions. You can also purchase them either with real money or with credits and stuff like that. And then you do special missions called Void Fishers, and you have to collect Void Remnants. Once you collect 10 of them, you basically unlock the relic, and then there's a chance to get all sorts of different things depending on the relic. So this Neo K6 relic, get weapon parts, a blueprint for a weapon itself, a blueprint for a frame, or blueprints for parts of frames, and sometimes, like, my favorite way to do it is through the endless missions, but a problem with that is sometimes you'll just have a round where the game literally does not drop enough reactants to unlock a relic.
Okay.
And so
don't you need a basic frame in order to get the Prime frame?
No, you can just get the primes whenever, as long as you get all the parts and stuff. Like, I don't have a regular prime. I never got the regular prime of Inaris here. Most of my primes, I've never had a regular version. So
that's nice, at least that you don't have to have the basic frame of it to like, to get the Prime version.
Yeah, so Gara, Garuda, Haro, Inaris, Korra, Nidus, Neza, Revenant, Titania, Wukong, all of those primes I've never had the regular version of. Oh, and Wisp. I've never had the regular versions of.
Okay.
And not all frames right now have a prime version. So like Citrine, Dagoth, Kulirvo, Protea is actually getting one next month. Corvex, Varuna, Sevagoth, Stianax. I think right now those are the... Oh, and Yareli. Currently, I think those, and Zaku, are the ones that don't have primes because they're relatively newer. Like, Hildren's been in the game for quite a few years now, and she just this past year finally got a prime version. So, and since she's my bae, I worked really hard to get that one.
Understandably, yeah. And the Prime was just a better version of the regular frame.
Yes, and sometimes they can be like significantly different. But then like there's also all these appearance things, different skins. You can get different helmets, different animation sets, because each frame has their own unique animation set. So they just it only affects their idle, basically, and a little bit of basically it's their idling, because then it can affect how they're holding weapons and shit like that. But then there's these attachments, so things you can put on their chest, which is not he's not a great example since he's covering his tits with his arms. But like you can put different pauldrons on, different leg pieces.
Or even individually.
Yep. And then some of them have an auxiliary one where it's just a unique thing for them. Although right now this one is for all of them because of Easter. They just added the signas, so basically it's a part that goes on their head.
Oh, okay.
And then these ephemera is just little extra things that go on them. So just little extra effects. There's a lot of cosmetics in this game. And then you can even customize their colors, and which you can also purchase different palettes to use. There's quite a few of those as well. And then there's there's like appearance things you can do for the weapons themselves, different skins. Ooh, that one's pretty cool.
Damn. That's badass.
And then you can even get different ways of where they holster the weapons and all that. There's like this game does have a shit ton of content, and the fact that it's free to play makes it a great game. It's just that the amount of grinding that they've put into the game to get the vast majority of the content, either you need to heavily power level with someone, which can kind of kill the fun for you, because then you're just not playing the game.
Well, then, actually, you don't play the, like, you don't understand the game itself if you're power level.
But if you're like farming for equipment, farming for components and stuff, like that's different. But if they're going through the game with you, kind of sucks. So I only ever like help out new players whenever they're really trying to farm certain things so that they can build certain things. And there are certain frames that are really good at farming because they increase the chance of enemies dropping stuff. And then they have a battle pass thing here that's not one where you have to purchase anything with it. You just play the game and you unlock a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
And this was actually the first one I've ever actually completed fully. And then you get credits, and then you can get a lot of cosmetic stuff, or you can even unlock a frame. But it's only just this one frame, Bob, who's pretty good for defense stuff.
Okay.
Then you can get some mods. And that's another thing you can grind, is to try to get certain mods. And then there's these syndicates here, so these groups that you basically work with and gain favor from, and when you gain favor, you're able to purchase shit from them. And the main thing to get from them are augments for your Warframe's abilities. So, like right now for Inaris, I have this one aug. Elemental Sandstorm. So he has an ability that makes him move around really fast, and that's his main like CC ability. Because enemies who are not advanced, so they're not elites, or they don't have like a special shield or anything like that, they will just get picked up, have a bunch of damage put on them. It heals Anaris because he does not have shields at all, so he's a health tank. But it heals him, and it applies status effects based on the melee weapon that you have. So, with Elemental Sandstorm, gains 50% ability range, and it has a 100% chance of inflicting status effects based on the damage type of the mods on your melee weapon. So that's the one that makes it to where it does that. Otherwise, it just does slash damage. So then what I did with this build is I have a bunch of stuff to make it to where he does a lot of damage. His little vortex is pretty big. But then I have these two special mods here, which are just special versions of basic mods. But Archon Intensify, 30% plus 30% ability strength. Restoring health with abilities grants another 30% ability strength for 10 seconds. So every time I use this and I get a single enemy, my power goes up 30% for 10 seconds. And then Archon Continuity, 50% increased ability duration. Abilities that inflict a toxin status effect will also apply a corrosive status effect. So something that directly attacks health and armor significantly is pretty strong. So then I have a melee weapon that does toxin damage, and I never use it because I'm only spinning around. Alright, Spiver, thanks for hanging out. I do appreciate it.
Thank
and
you, Spiver.
have a good night. Have a good sleep.
Night, night.
So this kind of build I have going with them makes them really strong, especially against Grenier. Makes them decent against Infested, and kind of mediocre against another faction called the Corpus, which is like a sleek, advanced technology type of faction.
Okay.
They're essentially a capitalism cult.
Capitalism cult.
Yeah, they're all about making money. And like money is literally like a god for them. And now there's a new faction called the Murmur, which was the guys that I was fighting a little bit ago. And they're just basically malfunctioning robots.
So,
at least that's what I think they are. I haven't really paid much attention to the story because I just don't care.
malfunctioning robots?
It seems that way, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so there are so that whenever you're wanting to level up your frames and your weapons and stuff, because all of them have a maximum of level 20, and so once you get them level 20, that's when you can put the most amount of mods into each thing. And then there's another component thing that are called Orokin reactors or Orokin Orokin catalysts. These are things that you put into your frame or into your weapon to double the the mod points, essentially. So every weapon or warframe, once you max them out, they'll have a total of like 20 points of which you can use mods with, and each mod's kind of like with Magic the Gathering, I think, where or it's like with not Magic the Gathering, although that might be accurate. With a lot of card games where like you can't play a certain card until you have a certain amount like mana or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like how the mods work, where uh like my Archon ones have a drainage of 15. So if I have 40 points and I put that on there, 15 of them go away. So that leaves me with just 25 for the rest of my slots. And that's too much. So what those Orokin things do is that they double the amount of points you can have for your mods. And then you can also build things called formas, which are things that you can put different polarities on, because each mod has a certain polarity. So if you put a mod in a slot that has the same polarity, then it halves the amount of drainage it does. So they're pretty important to have. A lot of times when you're doing void fissures, you're mostly just grinding for more forma because you use them for like everything. Let's see, and then there's I think those are the main things, really, and that's a lot of main things.
That's quite a bit, especially for like a newcomer. It's like, oh.
Yeah, so basically, like that's just scratching the surface of like all the shit that's in this game. Really, the only things you should focus on when you start playing is just playing all the missions and unlocking all the planets and doing some grinding to get some of the stuff that you pick up along the way. And basically you just treat it like an RPG. Like you get new things as you play and you get better stuff as you play. And then as you are going along, you unlock mission quests, and you do those. You did those if you wanted to just know more about the story. But now in like the later game stuff, you actually have to do the mission quests in order to do other mission quests in order to unlock other areas of the solar system, like the Zeraman here. You have to get to a certain point before this is even unlocked, which is not something that you would probably look forward to much, because Zeraman kind of sucks. The missions aren't great. But you have to unlock that in order to unlock the most recent story quests, in order to unlock some pretty decent things. Like there's a roguelite part of the game, which is this. There's even a space sim in the game as well.
Ooh, space sim? That's cool.
So these missions here, which there's quite a bit at each planet, which you need to unlock certain story quests to unlock certain things to finally grind to get all this shit, or you can just purchase it. Which after a while I ended up... Actually, I didn't do that with Chip. I did it for a thing called a necromech, because it was a pain in the dick to grind for.
I'm interested to see how it will be Like, do you know how this game is for new player? Like, starting up, so to say.
Well, when I got back into the game, I essentially had to start all over because the
Oh,
last
really?
time I had played, it was on my Xbox, and at the time they did not have um, cross save in the game. They have it now. That's a recent thing. Um, but really, if you just go through, because you'll start at Earth, and you'll just be doing these missions. There's even Cetus here and the plains of Eidolon. This is actually an open world thing that you can just fuck around in and do missions and stuff.
Yeah, I remember like when Place Eidolon was like announced. It's like, oh, it's like the open world, stuff
Yeah,
like that. I was like, oh, I was
and
kind of, I was like, maybe I should check out Warframe, but I still didn't do it.
yeah, it's pretty decent. That's where Zafir really shines with her skill set. Yeah, so then you like be doing these missions, and then you unlock this thing here, like Venus Junction. You have to complete these things before you unlock it, and then once you do that, you go there and basically you do a boss fight. And then you will unlock Venus, and then you basically can kind of do the same thing. Um, Venus also has an open world thing that you can do stuff in. Then you unlock Mercury, and then you'll do the same thing and just do these missions. And then
Okay.
you'll want to go start heading towards Mars, because that's how you get to the rest of the solar system. And at Mars, you can unlock multiple places to go to. Once you get to that late game, then Lua shows up. Also, this Kuva Fortress shows up, and this is late game stuff. Essentially, like the first end game area is the Void here. So basically, this is your goal: is to get to this area. Because by that point, you've unlocked most every area that you get any kind of stuff, so that you can start doing the grind and start unlocking things. For the most part, there's Lua. That's just where you would go to in order to get Varuna, which is one of my favorite frames. But in order to get the parts for her, you need to do the Zeraman stuff. So that sucks.
Or Zephyr.
Zafir. How did I get her? I think she's one you get from a boss fight. I'm pretty sure she's one you get from a boss fight. I can't quite remember. You can also, one thing that I always go to whenever I'm playing this game is I just go online and I look up the Warframe wiki. Because like once you unlock all the different locations, like the beginning locations, uh, then you'll want to start on like unlocking actual content, like frames and weapons and stuff. So then that's when you would want to go to the wiki and find out like, okay, how do I unlock this character? So you'll go, they have a section for warframes. You select the one that you're interested in, and they'll tell you like some information about the frame and how to acquire the parts and stuff. And then if you want the Prime versions, you also can go there to figure out which ones, which relics hold the parts for the frames. And then you can focus on getting those kind of relics if they are not vaulted. So a lot of the Primes get vaulted, either the frames or the relics and weapons and stuff like that. They will get vaulted to where they're not available anymore. And then they'll come back out every few months in a resurgence thing. But this has been going for so long that people have so many relics that you don't have to be too concerned about it. You just basically just do the void fissures a lot, and you'll just accidentally be able to make a lot of primes. That's how I've gotten most of my primes. Like, I was trying to get one prime, ended up getting 2 other primes. So
I'm trying to look into, because those Saphir's blueprints can be researched from the Tino lab in the dojo.
Oh, right, that's how it was. So when you get in the game, I can send you an invite to my dojo or my friend's dojo that I'm also part of. So then it's a clan. And it's a Tenno, because that's what the your character is. So not that operator. So this is my Tenno, who is basically a teenage kid.
Oh, do you get to customize?
Yep.
The character,
Customize their appearance, their outfits, stuff like that, even their voice.
So they're the ones that control the frame itself.
Yeah, basically you're playing the Tenno, and the Tenno's controlling the frames.
Oh, that's cool.
And yeah, so the Tenno lab is where you can get Banshee, Zephyr, Wukong. I think that's it. There might be one other. I can't remember. Maybe Mag, but I'm probably wrong about that. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that when you start playing, after you do the tutorial, or at some point you should be able to choose one of 3 frames, and essentially it's, do you want a balanced frame to play for a while, which is Excalibur, do you want a damage dealer, which is Mag, or do you want a tank, which is Rhino? I'm pretty sure those are still the same ones that they have.
Okay. I'm guessing, because I can't get any description what these are. I guess it is like materials that you have to buy or get.
Yeah, you have to get materials in order to make the parts, in order to make the frames.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do this mission because, one, it's a survival, so I can just do it for a while and not have to think much. And also, this is pretty much the best one to do to get a more rare material. And I like to do this mission to help out people with this, because it can be a pain in the dick sometimes to try to get this specific material. I think it's called tellurium or something. I call it Teletubby ribs, because they look like ribs.
I assume there's a story to the game as well, or the mission and stuff.
Do what?
A story to the game?
Yeah, there's a story. and it's okay. It's one that like a lot of people like. I just care more about just playing the game, and the way that it took so long for a lot of the story beats to come out. Just like I had a hard time just getting invested, and some of the ways that they tell the story I didn't like, mainly because some of the quests are kind of shit.
I guess it's like one of the things where like it doesn't really matter the same. Like, you either like the story or you don't, but it's more about playing the game.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that has a really good gameplay loop, very good mechanics for the most part. And then the story is kind of a, if you like the story, then that's just an extra thing that you enjoy from it. Just for me to get to a lot of the story beats was just a slog to get through. So it kind of just like kind of tainted my appreciation of the story. So I don't really know what the hell's going on all that much. Partially because they retcon a lot of stuff over the years. And also I played this game back when it literally did not have a story. When it first came out, there was no story at all. Like a little bit of world building, but there wasn't like an actual story arc going on.
Wasn't it a lot more slower paced?
A lot more what?
Slower paced.
Oh yeah, because it was focused on being stealthy and shit.
Yeah, because that's how I remember Warframe being like. It's like kind of stealthy, like more slow paced, and not as many enemies.
Yeah, I
destroy everything that you see.
Yeah, I remember when I first played it, I played a frame called Volt, which is an electricity-based frame, and Volt is basically a speed frame and can be pretty good at damage and stuff like that. But the way I was playing him is that I was using a bow to kill everything and to do the missions and all that. And then if I ever got into like a sticky situation, like I got spotted or something, I just electrocute everything. And it was fun. The enemies were actually pretty scary because they were tough and all that.
Interesting.
But yeah, now it's just like you can just do missions where you kill like over 1,000 enemies in like a half hour or something like that, which is a lot of fun, but it just doesn't have that same feel as what it used to be.
Yeah, very totally two different games.
But if you do want to just play more stealth-oriented stuff with this game, there is actually two mission types that lean further into that. If you want to do it that way. First of all, you want to do them in solo mode because everybody's able to just speedrun them, which is just going through destroying everything and not being stealthy at all. Because there's essentially like next to no consequence except for like one spot in each mission to where stealth is actually needed. But they're spy missions and they're rescue missions. Spy missions, you get to certain points of the map and you have to go through essentially an obstacle course to get to a certain computer to then hack into it and do their mini game. And if you get get noticed, then it starts a timer where they start destroying the data, and if they do it 3 times, then you lose because you're only getting stuff from 3 data points.
Okay.
So that one frames like low-key is better for it. If you want to do it in a stealthy way. Nova is pretty good because she has an ability to basically lets you teleport to another spot on the map, and you don't need to have another enemy to do that, unlike with Loki. And then rescue, you basically have to go to a prison and not get caught, not set up alarms, and then you have to find the cell that the prisoner's in. If you get noticed and set off alarms, then basically another countdown starts happening to where if it goes down to 0, then they kill the prisoner.
Okay.
So
it seems there's quite a lot of like different types of modes, or like game modes, so to say.
Yeah, there's tons of different ones. I never play spy missions because I don't like them.
Is there a point to them, like like spy mission, rescue, like all these different ones? Like, is there a point to them in doing it? So
So spy missions can be the ones that are the best ones to do if you want to get certain materials. Pretty much every mission mode has like it's the best way to do certain things. So if you're wanting to level up, you would do defense missions. If you're wanting to farm materials, you would do survival or disruption. If you are wanting to get relics, certain locations, not just mission types, but locations, get you are the best ones for certain like relics. And like the one I'm doing right now is a survival, and it's the best one to get Tellurium, like I said. There's also a couple like one-off types of missions that I think like because there's one called Hive Salvage. I don't think you actually get anything special from that. I think it's just an extra thing that they wanted to try and nobody cared for it.
Okay.
And then the mission types on the Zeraman, most of them are unique for that location specifically. Trying to think of I mean, if you're wanting to get like a very specific kind of material or blueprint or something, it's usually best to just look up the wiki to figure out where the best ones are. Because it's a lot of information, as you can tell. So it's hard to keep all that shit, keep track of it.
Life support activated.
Trying to think. I would say disruptions are probably the hardest missions to do because most of them are higher level ones, and then in order to actually do them, you have to fight, and you have to kill an enemy that's like has a lot of health, a lot of defense, is pretty can dish out a lot of damage, and except for the newest one, they can basically make a field to where it turns off your abilities.
Okay.
Or it makes it to where they don't get affected by it. But they can be a lot of fun, especially when you have like a really good build going. Like whenever I'm wanting to do them, I typically play as Hildren, or I play as Valkyr. And she's also really good. She's like the melee frame. And you can also build her to be invincible. Yeah, as long as you can keep the energy up, she's invincible. And she can be a lot of fun.
That's neat.
Wukong's also a very melee focused one. And he's a lot of fun as well. The melee in this game is actually pretty good. Like better than most games. I know that I'm not really showcasing that.
I was about to say that. I was like, well, I mean...
That's because my favorite thing to do in this game is the usabilities. I mean, after this, I can hop onto Valkyr, and I can... because she's my favorite melee one to do. Yeah, some frames focus on range, like Mesa. She's like probably one of the highest, does like the highest amount of damage at range. And she's designed, her design's based off of a gunslinger. And then there's like Valkyr, who's basically a extremely abused cat girl, is what her design is.
Okay. I was gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
I mean, wait.
You want to hit those high notes. You gotta mean it.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Aw.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Ooh, I got 2. About average. $119 healing. That's always so ridiculous.
May this aid you in the synthesis of many creatures.
Use credit. That group. I never like going through the menus to do it. I like to actually go to the different spots on the ship. Yeah, well, I need to go pee now, so I will be right back. You guys can play wordy while I'm peeing.
Oh, I guess I went BRB. Well, hello, chat. It's your Papa Goose here. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're all staying nicely and cozy and hydrated. Because that's very much important after all. Otherwise, your body will not like you. And you might die if you don't stay sufficiently hydrated. Yes. Let's see. How is our percentage? Ooh, 20%. Oh no.
Hi. Just checking a few
Welcome
things.
back.
Yay. Just looking at my viewer list. This might be a bot, because there's a few of them. But there's a few of them that have Jeff in their name. This thing that pops in my head is just, it's just Tatum going, "My name is Jeff."
Yeah, I knew it. My name's him.
My name's Jeff. Why don't we play a game of wordy real quick? See if it still works. It should work. Or not.
Or just broken.
Everything's broken. My life is broken.
Why did you have to break it?
I'm sorry, I woke up one day.
God, I'm sorry for existing. Ugh.
I'm sorry, I'm exist.
I am exist.
Okay. Alright, so I have two builds of Valkyr here. I got Fighty Fightin', which is based off of her 2 abilities. So Warcry makes it to where armor's increased and attack speed is increased. And right now I have it set to where that's increased by over 100%, so that's nice. But then I have an augment mod that makes to where every kill I do, it adds to the duration of this. So it adds nearly 5 more seconds per kill.
Damn.
And then I already have a shit ton of armor, which reduces damage by 84%.
Jesus.
So when that's doubled, that makes it up to, I think, 87%, which is nice. But then I also have stuff that increases crit chance. And then we want to go with this weapon. Yeah, we'll just go with this. Yeah, that hammer essentially has... This already has 114% crit chance. So...
Damn.
Like, just under every 10 attacks, there's a chance that I'll do double crit. And that's just with the base.
Over 200 goes super critical. What the fuck?
Yeah, because every 100% that you do is another, like, round of crit.
That's insane.
So like, if I... when I have everything going, and I think that increases my crit chance to like 300%, or like between 200 and 300, I think. I do 3.7, like 2 or 3 times on top of each other of damage.
Dang.
See, because I've got 3 mods that increase critical chance by 30. So with all them going, it's doing 30% critical chance per combo multiplier. Combo multiplier, it's just like any other game. Like, you hit enemies a certain amount of times, you get up a multiplier. In this game, it goes up to a combo multiplier of 12. Now, before getting these mods and stuff, what you would typically do with the combo multiplier is that you would then do a heavy attack, which would put all that multiplier into that damage, so then you just do a massive fuck-off amount of damage.
Okay.
But then when you get stuff like this, that increases that per combo, then you're going to want to not do heavy attacks very much, unless you're able to get your heavy attack efficiency up by a lot, which can be done. Certain frames have a higher one than others. Typically it's done through either an ability or through mods. It just depends on how you want to play it. But I go with this hammer because it has a high crit chance, and also it does quite a bit of damage as well. So there's that if I wanted to just use the melee weapon. But then I have this other build called Angie, because her number 4, Hysteria, she just goes into anger, and she becomes invincible and does a bunch of damage and shit with her claws, and she moves really fast. And as long as I'm able to keep her energy up, because it drains over time, as long as I'm able to keep it up, she never is able to take damage, like, from anything. So my biggest problem with this build is that I can't do enough damage right now to really get very far once I get to a certain level of enemies.
Okay.
So I don't know if I just need, like, certain mods, or if I'm just doing something wrong. But let's see, we'll go with fighty fighting. And with her, all I have equipped is just the melee weapon. Because I don't need anything else.
Just fucking smashy smash.
Let's see. What's a good one? Actually, let's do... Just because this is high level. One of the highest level missions. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Oh my god, his screen is shaking!
This is the mission that I do whenever I'm testing out my frames to see if they're actually good for damage or tanking. Because it's really high level right off the bat. And this is when my build's in full force.
You never go full force.
No, we go full Angie here.
All manner of warfare technology may work here due to the circulus's proximity. If you have a necromech, you may use it.
This isn't even the prime version of her, and I'm able to be this powerful.
It seems, I don't know, maybe just, but like it seems like melee is really, really like super good in general. It seems. I feel like how is the range?
The range weapons can be really good. Again, it just depends on your build and which frame you're using. Like if you're using Mesa, you're gonna want to use you're gonna want to not have any melee weapons on her, because then you get an increase, I think, in your health with that. But she also just has a passive with range weapons. There are plenty of weapons, both range and melee, that are just absolute shit. Because there's like, I think over 100 weapons, or maybe close to that. And then it also depends on how you build the weapons themselves. Like my flamethrower that I had on Inaris is built to do a lot of slash damage. But I would say that probably the melee weapons overall are probably better than the range weapons. Because there's a lot of shitty range weapons.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, because this is a very chaotic game, and I feel like range weapon-wise seems like very difficult, but that's just like a box when you shoot it.
Do what?
If there's a huge hitbox on enemies when you shoot, I have to be very precise.
I mean, there is weak point damage, and then there is crit damage. So, like, if you shoot an enemy in the head, you'll do weak point damage, but you're not guaranteed to do crit damage. So, if you're wanting to make a build that focuses on, like, sniping and precision, that's totally feasible. I can't aim worth shit, so I don't do that.
Yeah, I want to say, like, how would that work with, like, so many enemies?
Well, I mean, all enemies have a weak point. So basically just learning with some of them where their weak point is. Like, it's not so obvious with the Infested or with the Murmur. But,
But if you need to leave, extraction is ready. These manifestations, they aren't
What are you
fundamentals
talking
in nature.
about?
Destroy them. They are trying
Where
for
am I?
life support.
I have to do some hysteria, because that's the only way I can heal myself. Okay. But yeah, there are certain frames, like Rhino is a frame that you would play if you want to focus more on using your weapons rather than using abilities.
Bash them, bonk them.
And then there are plenty of... There are plenty of frames that are what you would call AFK frames.
AFK.
Probably the most notorious one is Octavia. Because you can build her so that all you have to do is just press 1 and 2, and then you don't have to do anything for like over a minute.
The other person's stuck there, or what makes it?
There we go. Got him out.
So he was stuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another frame that is a bit of an AFK one is Saren, which is this one person that was stuck. Because you can do a build where all you have to do is just hit one, and then just run around and everybody dies. Some frames are really good for defense missions like Limbo and Vauban. Because they have a lot of just like stationary type of abilities.
These manifestations must not be allowed a foothold on Lua. Life support is at risk. Destroy them.
There's a build for everyone.
Queens have sought out your fate.
Yeah, pretty much.
All kinds of flavors.
Sought to present them with yours. Do not let the worm have Bobina. Oculus, if they scan you, sentient fighters won't.
And then there's like daily missions where you have to like kill a certain number of enemies with a certain damage type, or you know, just do certain things. Some of them are weekly, some of them are dailies, and if you need to do like certain damage types, you can be like, well, I'm just going to use this frame for that because that's going to be easy. Like if I had to do a certain number of melee kills, I would just use Valkyr here. If I need to do radiation, I would either use Corvex or Hildryn. Although probably would just use Hildryn because she's my main. Need to do with like a secondary weapon, probably would be good to use Mesa and like stuff like that.
All manner of Orokin technology may work here due to the Circulus's proximity. If you have a necromech, you may use it.
So yeah, there's all sorts of frames you can use if you want a certain play style. It's just unfortunately the game leans heavily on mass destruction style. So if you're wanting to do stealthy, that's when you play solo or with a friend. But you can set it to where you only do missions like in that vein. You can set it to solo, you can set it to friends, or you can set it to public.
Okay. Interesting.
And it's also cross-platform, which is a relatively recent thing. So you can play on Xbox or PC. I don't know if it's on the other consoles, but it might be. I just can't remember.
Should be.
Oh, Garuda's also very much a melee frame. She's a lot of fun.
Garuda.
Like, these are the weapons that I have right now. I tend to scrap a lot of them because I might typically I don't like them, but I build them and max them out because then you increase your what's called mastery rank, which is like your account level. And then you'll do mastery tests. So then you have to do like specific kind of missions. It can be just get from point A to point B ASAP, or um, just do a couple defense things, or it's like all sorts of stuff. And then once you do that, once you level up in that, you'll get an increase in your standing points. So with the different factions, you only have a limited number of standing points you can get per day. You also can hold more reactant, or not reactant, like remnant or something like that. Which then you can use to upgrade your relics so that they're more likely to reward you with the rarer rewards within them. And like some other things.
Interesting.
Yeah, this flamethrower kicks ass. The shotgun used to be like my number one weapon. The Nataruk is actually really good. Can do a lot of damage, a lot of crit and status. And it also has unlimited ammo, which is nice. The Phantasm is really good. The Proboscis Cernos is one of my favorite bows. Unfortunately, it hardly holds any ammo. Probably my most crit focused weapon is the Dread here, because it starts off with 50% crit chance, just at its baseline.
Okay.
And then there's loads of secondary weapons that you can get, and they all do different things. And then there are these lenses that you can get once, I think it's like basically once you're like halfway through a lot of the game. You unlock basically these like schools of play essentially. And so then like the one I have now is focused on melee stuff, but you can do ones that increase damage overall, increase your energy usage, or energy like efficiency and all that, increase tankiness, makes you a better support, stuff like that.
Okay.
And so that can be another thing you can kind of grind for, although that one's easier to grind for because basically you just play the game and then you'll just get stuff for it. Get experience for it. Then do I have the right build on her? Yeah, I have two different kinds of builds for Garuda. One's called Rip and Tear, focuses on her slashing abilities, and then, or mainly her exalted weapon, so her ability to slash stuff. And then Rivers of Red is my ability build. But I think the strongest one is Rip and Tear. Yeah, her her stuff's focused more on blood and stuff. So like,
Like blood.
she has
blood related. I'm into that.
she has her first ability makes it to where basically she tackles an enemy, and from that she's able to like rip out their blood and use it as a shield, essentially. Which then also you like gather the damage that it reduces, and then you can actually focus that into a massive talon and just shoot that at an enemy with a fuck ton of damage. And then you can put an aug on it that for a certain amount of time, if you kill an enemy by doing that, by doing just the tackling part, you become invincible for a bit. Then she has a healing ability where she basically makes an effigy out of an enemy, and in an area it heals you and your allies. And then she has one where she will sacrifice half of her health to get energy. And then her ultimate ability, a bunch of talons shoot out and does a lot of slash damage and shit. In which you can also build off of that for certain builds to bring the pain. Let's see, which one has...
I like the concept of using blood as weapon or defense. I think it's fun.
Yeah, and she's a lot of fun, especially if you really enjoy the melee stuff. Oh, and then once you unlock every single mission in the solar system, you unlock New Game Plus, basically, which is called Steel Path. And so, like, enemies are way tougher, but you get more stuff from it.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
I guess not. It's also where you get like specific kind of resource that's not used for a lot of things, which is good, since that's essentially like ultra late game. It's a high level corpus. Widow. Yeah. Higher, I guess. Alright, we'll just do this. Yeah, with some of the attacks she does with her melee, with her claws, she's kind of like a A blood-soaked ballerina.
Yeah. I guess it would be very elegant while killing everyone. It's like a blender.
Get ready for a capsule.
Then, like later on in the game, you can unlock a thing where, because you can have multiple frames, like multiple copies of the same frame. So like you can have several Excaliburs and Rhinos and stuff like that. And then one thing you can do is that you can sacrifice those frames to get one of their abilities so that you can put it on your other frames.
Like a totally different frame?
Yep. So like, right now I have Warcry on Garuda here. That's a Valkyr ability. So I got another I built another Valkyr and sacrificed it, and then after like 24 hours I was able to put it on Garuda. Because since with this build and focus on melee attacks and stuff, Eternal or Warcry, really useful to have on her. And then having Eternal War, the mod, just makes it to where I can do this forever with her. And then this is what you do to make healing.
Life support incoming.
Okay.
And then that just goes for quite a while since I have a lot of duration on her. This is her ultimate ability. Do what?
Oh, damn, that's cool. What does Warcry do?
Warcry makes it to where the you have increased armor and you attack faster.
Okay.
And then with Eternal War, it makes it to where with each enemy killed, it increases the duration of that ability.
That's sweet. Pretty sweet.
There's an augment mod that makes it to where her 4 ability doesn't just go forward, but goes all around, and does something with the slash. I can't remember exactly. I'll have to look at it after this. But basically, it makes her a shrapnel grenade.
Okay.
Cunning founder! With my life, I protect your sacred crown!
Another life support capsule is now available.
He died quickly. And he's still talking. Don't you hate it when you die so quickly that in the middle of your sentence just keeps going after you're dead?
I hate when it happens.
So annoying.
Every single time.
It's obnoxious.
I can't get my point across because I keep just dying before I can say it.
Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you are ready, go to extraction.
Yeah, so I've got basically stole their life essence to make this little shield, and then I hold it, which increases its damage even more, and then shoot it, and then everything dies.
Nice. Oh, he's showing to a friend. Oh.
Not you, the people in the chat.
Now, my viewers, I call them friends.
Yeah.
That's our calling friends, because we're like friends.
Because I do not value the word friend. So everyone's a friend.
Do you value?
Everyone is a friend, and I hate you.
I'm surrounded by friends, and I hate every single one of them. Get down here. How elaborate do we have to make this fight? Get down here! I do feel like they need to change Warcry a little bit, because it has this extra thing it does that's... It sounds cool until you realize it's fucking worthless. Because it slows down enemies. But it only slows down enemies at the initial usage of the ability, and you cannot reuse the ability while the cooldown is in effect.
Oh, but that's totally useful.
Yeah. Also, it increases your allies' armor and attack speed, but only if they are close by when you initially do it. So
wait for you to like change it, like add something. Just customize it differently.
Yeah.
Replace this useless thing for something else.
But we gotta wait for them to make that change. And it took them several years to change Inaris.
They're like, oh, this is the perfect specimen. No need to change it. It's too good.
One of the problems that I have with how they're doing the game now is they just keep on wanting to add content, which is fine, except every time they add content it makes big changes to what they already got. So like they did a huge overhaul on essentially the defensive mechanics. So like before, the most basic mod is called Vitality, and when it's fully leveled up, it would give your frame 400% increased health. Now it's only 100.
What?
Yeah. They also made it to where they did the same thing to like the amount of shields you get from mods, because there's apparently a meta that is called shield gating, which basically yeah. So what it is that you want to have your frame have as little shields as possible, because once your shields break, essentially, you would have a brief moment of invulnerability. And so people would just set it up to where they would be invulnerable, get their shields back up, and then just have that happen again. and then they're just basically invincible most of the time. And so they just decide to lean in heavily into that. I never liked doing that because I could never get it to work. And also my main is Hildren, whose abilities are based off of how much shield she has. So, yeah, that kind of change nerfed her a fair amount. It also nerfed Haro a bit because he actually has abilities that are strictly based off of how much shields you have. Whereas Hildren, it's like she uses shields for her abilities. So like if she has a low number of shields, you can't use abilities all that much, and she's very much an ability heavy frame. But with Haro, like if you want to do really good heals, you want to have a whole lot of shields, because then he does an ability where he sacrifices all of his shields so that whenever he kills an enemy, he heals your allies within a certain range around him.
Okay.
But then with that change, it nerfed that. And then when they added the Zeraman, they added a thing to the elite enemies called Eczemas, to where when they have shields, they are immune to most abilities. So like if you have, say with Anaris with my build form, whenever I'm doing my twisty turns everywhere and picking up enemies and damaging them and shit, if an Eczemas has full shields, they are not affected by it at all, and they take very little damage from it. And so then that makes it to where a lot of frames are it's harder for a lot of frames to deal with Eczemas enemies. Which, I mean, I kind of get why they went with that, because, I mean, most people are just make their frames just nothing but abilities, and they don't use the weapons all that much. So I get it. It just probably could have been implemented in a different way. Because, like, frames like Limbo, who have an ability that's a stationary thing, Eczemas just go right through it. So instead of doing a defense where the enemies aren't able to get to the thing you're protecting, now you have the strongest enemies that are getting to it. And it will get to the point to where that's the only enemies that spawn if you play long enough on a mission. So it just makes it really frustrating if you have certain frames that are your mains, and then they make a change that basically just makes the game not more challenging, just frustrating. I mean, you get used to it with each change, and then you figure out different things to deal with it. So it's not like the game just gets ruined by it. It's just like, what the fuck? And then like a lot of people will leave because it's just frustrating.
I mean, if there was the case that it wouldn't have this big of a community and still going on for so many years before. Red Ivy. Yeah, I will try out Warframe.
Well, let me know what you want to play, and then I'll definitely be down to playing with you and helping you out with stuff. Because it is a lot to
Sure.
take in right off the bat. Like it wasn't until like 5 years ago that I finally like got really into the game. But it also required me to purchase Hildred, because that's when I fell in love with the game, was when I was playing as her.
I mean, I will probably play it tomorrow. Well, today for me, but
Another
tomorrow
life
for you.
support capsule is now available.
Maybe stream it? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't go in to work until afternoon, which is like later night for you. Like, I don't go until like your 10 o'clock your time, I don't think. So, I can definitely play with you if you want.
Sure, if you want to. I don't mind.
Mission complete.
It would be cool.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Yeah, but I will hop off here and get some
Critical life
chili.
support buttons. Extraction is your best.
Okay. I'm probably going to be ending the stream here soon anyway. I mean, I'm going for 4.5 hours.
I mean, that's pretty long.
Yeah, and I don't really feel like drawing on stream right now. Ooh, what's this?
Mask of the Riveter.
Oh. Okay. Thought I had that, but I guess not.
How about that?
Yeah. Ooh, I got another thing of credits. Maybe we get 15.
Nora sleeps better knowing her dreamers are out there, working to lift us up.
Okay. But yeah.
Let's check
I
what's
think I'm
next.
either going to do a couple more missions or I might just end it here. Depends on how I feel by the time I get to the to my arsenal.
Sounds good to me. But I will talk to you later. And,
all right.
Hope you have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeesh. Well, take care for now, and I'll talk to you later.
All right. See ya.
Yeesh. Take care. Bye-bye.
Dagoth here is pretty fun. Curious, what kind of builds do people have that if it's different than what I have going right now? Warframe wiki. Probably should have just typed in Dagoth, but that would have been a good idea. Warframes. Where is she? There she is. Her name could be Dagoth, but I prefer Dagoth. I think it sounds better. You know, why am I on the wiki? That's not what I need. I'm an idiot. See ya, Goose. Thanks for hanging out. Helps me get through the streams. Dagoth build. Over frame. Let's see what people have here. The number one build uses the thing that I was talking about with the shield gating thing.
All I want is for someone to believe me.
Just remember to regulate your volume now.
How do they have such a high strength? All they've got is umbral strength, umbral intensify, and blind rage. Oh, I guess that makes sense, actually. Okay, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know numbers. I can't math. Okay. So this build's similar to the build I have now. So what else do we got? Second most popular. Okay, so currently there's like essentially one kind of build for her. And it's basically the one I've got going. Cavalry nuke. That's all mostly the same thing. Casting speed increase makes sense, especially with her 4. Yeah, none of those Archons work for her. Just trying to think if there's a better build I can have on her. And it's not what I wanted to, I don't think. Because the ability strength decrease. Yeah. The slow's kind of important. Oh, that's new. I don't remember this. Without shields, ally overguard imitates health. I don't remember that. Is that new? Or have I just not been paying attention? Both are very likely. Hmm. I'm starting to think that I should just not stream onto YouTube. I have yet, pretty much have not had anybody go to it in forever. I might just post edited stuff on there then. That's gonna have to be something we're gonna have to think about. Annie, what's this? Oh, forgot about that. Hmm. Where is it? Gotta be over here. There it is. I feel like I can make this build better, but I'm not sure how. I don't think I need this. Wonder if this stacks on her passive. One thing to find out, I guess. Pretty sure I can't afford to level this up. Where's the... I guess I'll go here. Room intensify. How much is it to fuse? Oh. Okay. I need about 500,000 more credits. That's not too bad. I could do some index, even though I hate index. I don't know. I'm going to use someone else to level this up. So what is the most crit? It's got to be this one. No, this red. But I have to actually hit things for that. So that's a dip. That makes it complicated. Ooh. I think there's a prime version of that, so I'm not going to bother with leveling that, or not leveling. Oh, what's it called? Hurricaning eyes at whatever. Yeah, I'll just go with that. You know what, we're just going to go ahead and end the stream here. Nearly 5 hours. I think that's good enough. Go ahead and exit out that. Yeah, so I am off Thursday and Saturday this week. So might stream those days. No guarantee. So if I do end up streaming those days, I guess I'll see you guys then. If not, I will just see you guys next Tuesday then. Don't really have any other kind of announcements or anything. So with all that being said, I will see you guys next time.
I resign today as president of the bank.